Hi, I'm live. Didn't notice that. So, since I just lived myself by accident, let's get started with creating the content. Uh, I think I actually failed to turn off chat notifications, so I will appreciate it if you are watching this stream that you don't post any messages until I'm done recording the content. So let's just get right into it. Okay, so part 20 is out, which means that we are due for another content creation stream. So as usual, I'm just going to go through the content for part 20, and then the article will be free as usual until the video is out, upon which it will be paywalled under a $5 subscription as usual. So in part 20, right? So in part 19, we've overhauled the level up screen so that it became modular, and we fixed a couple of bugs that it had. And the video for that is now up on YouTube. So in part 20, before we move on to working on the enemy spawning system, I wanted to also upgrade the inventory UI. Why do I want to upgrade it? I want to upgrade it because currently, right, you will see that there are two different spots in our game where there is a need for inventory slots. So the first is, of course, when you look at the top left corner of the game, as you play the game and you get more items, right? The slots on the upper left hand corner of the screen will fill up with items. Okay, so when the game ends, let me just simulate the game ending by just opening the result screen like that. So when the game ends, there is also inventory slots will show up here as well. So right now I can't, let me just very quickly show that to you by setting the time limit to say 15 seconds. Yeah, and then we can see what happens in game ends. Okay, the result screen pops up, and then there are inventory slots that are shown. So if I just collect a couple of items here, and when the game ends, right, all the items I've collected will show up at the bottom. So there'll be a row of active weapons and a row of passive weapons behind, which isn't shown here because right now we only have active items. Let me just try this again, right? I'm gonna just grab a passive as well and a couple of weapons. Yeah, so you see that there'll be one row of active weapons and one row of passive weapons. So you will see that if you've been following the series, you will remember that they are coded differently. So the inventory slot on the top left corner of the screen is managed by the game manager, I think, or is it the play inventory? I can't recall. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so the top left corner when you're playing the game, it's managed by the play inventory. So the play inventory script manages the inventory slots here. And for the result screen, right, it's actually managed by the game manager. So we have the same feature, but managed by two different scripts. So not very modular, right? Remember we talked about modularity in the last part? And modularity is basically you take the same thing and you put it in different places and they work the same way. Okay, instead of us, currently this is non-modular because we have the same feature, but then we code it in two different places in two different ways. So what I want to do with part 20 is to homogenize the coding for inventory slots. So then the same piece of code and the same set of game objects that are used in the inventory slot UI for our HUD can also be used for the result screen as well. And this is what we are going to do. So the article mentions this as well. And what we want to do is basically to create a new set of inventory display components, and then these components can also be reused for the result screen later on. So to start this off, I'm just going to go right to the canvas, and you'll find the inventory slots over here. So right now the inventory slots, let's see if they're responsive. Right, I don't think they're very responsive now. Okay, inventory slots here, actually they are responsive, right? But they are more or less the same size, regardless of how big or how small the screen is. So if I were to have many items, right, you will see that the slots will cover a lot of the screen. So, okay, let me just catch some footage of that by getting us a couple of items, all right? I'm just going to increase time limit back to higher value, and let me just collect a few items. So now I have a few items. Let me just shift the size of the screen around, and you will see that at times this UI is not very responsive. Okay, so the size of the UI doesn't change when my screen gets smaller. And this is something that we might as well fix, right? Since we are creating a new set of UI elements for our inventory slots. Okay, so how I know that it's not responsive is because if I just double click on the inventory slots now, you will see the anchor is not split. And whenever you see for UI element, as we've gone through in part 18 and 19, if the anchor is not split, then chances are the UI wasn't made with adaptivity or responsivity in mind. Okay, what is adaptivity or responsivity? It's just if you change the size of the screen, does the UI adapt itself to the new size of the screen? And it's gonna become a bigger and bigger thing because we have phones in different sizes now. We have screens in different sizes now as well. You have screens that are super long, and then you also have phones that are squares now because they are just regular phones like that, right? But then they can flip, they can unfold into a square. So adaptivity becomes even more important, and this is why Unity has released its new UI toolkit, which uses CSS, a variation of CSS known as USS. Okay, we can go through that in the future, but it's something that I do a lot in my web dev work as well, so I'm really familiar with adaptivity. And it was a big headache in the beginning when I just started learning web development, but now, well, depending on the web how the client wants their websites, it can still be a big headache, but I'm used to making things with adaptivity in mind now because I've done web development for close to 10 years already. Okay, so we're gonna just duplicate the inventory slots over here. And I'm just gonna disable the old inventory slots. And for the new inventory slots, the first thing we're gonna do is to split the anchor. And if you've been watching the other videos, you know I like to split the anchor by just modifying the values over here because it makes the whole thing more precise. So I want the inventory slots to take up about 30% of the screen, and I want also for the inventory slot to take up about 20% of the screen on the top left corner. So I'm just gonna set this to 0.8, and I'll set these values here to 0 and 0. And what you'll get here, you'll get this rectangular shape that takes up about 30% of the width and 20% of the height. Depending on your preferences, you can increase the size of the inventory slot horizontally as well. I prefer to just have it take up 30% of the screen. And I'm also going to go top over here and then just shift it down a couple of pixels. I think 26 or 28 pixels here will do just fine, and here the left I'm just gonna leave a little gap as well. Yeah, so changing these values here changes the gap here, and of course on top as well. Okay, so the reason why we want a gap on top is because we don't want to cover the experience bar, and the reason we have some gap on the left hand side is just because we do not want the slots to exist just at the edge of the screen. So for right and bottom values, you can leave it at 0 so that it's right in line with your anchors that you have. Alright, so the new inventory slot here will have a defined boundary, and inside this boundary what we're going to do is just create a new game object. Make sure that you right click on the inventory slot here and create empty like that, because you will want to have a rect transform. Alright, and I'm going to call this weapons. And after that, I'm just going to put one of the slots inside the weapons game object. Okay, so this weapons game object, I am going to rename this to slot. And for the rest of the slots for weapons, I can just delete them. And I'll just ignore the rest of the slots here first. Let me just hide them. And under inventory slot here, we're going to remove the grid layout group as well, because we don't want this to create grids. So then this means that we'll just have one slot over here. For the weapon slot, I'm also going to add a horizontal layout group like that. And inside the slot itself, I'm just going to assign the UI element like this and enable the image. And I'm also going to have to set this to simple and preserve aspect. So later on when I duplicate the slots, you will see that it just fills up like that, right? So we'll just create one slot first, and for the weapon over here, we'll just leave it as it is. Later on, we'll configure the weapons game object so that it lines up in 2 rows, because right now the first row of weapons, second row will be passives, right? So under slot over here, we are going to add a couple of things as well. So we're going to add one more game object. Sorry, let's not add a game object, let's add an image this time. And this image is going to be the icon. And from here, I am going to assign just a generic weapon icon just to show that this is a weapon slot. Like we usually use the blade, right? So we're just gonna do the same thing here. And what else do we have to do? Okay, so next thing is to split, or rather, yeah, to split the anchor and stretch everything out. So the reason why I'm stretching this is so that it contains itself inside the slot like this, right? And I also want to have preserve aspect, because later on when we split the anchor and everything, right, there will be cases where the slot will not be perfectly rectangular. So for example, if the slot is not perfectly rectangular, the image will still be rectangular. Sorry, what am I saying? If the slot is not perfectly square and I stretch the slot like that, if I do not have preserve aspect checked, then the image will mess up. Okay, if you've again been following the past few videos, you should be familiar with this. So we always want to have preserve aspect for all of our images so that they maintain their size. The slot themselves, I'm just going to leave it at 48 for now. That's fine. Though actually for the slot, I can just stretch it out, right? Sorry. Can I? Okay, let's not stretch it out first. Let's work out our slots first. All right. So I'm just going to leave the icon like that, but leave a little bit of margin at the side, so that again, the icon doesn't touch the edge of the borders. All right. And the next thing I'm going to do as well is I'm going to add a text element over here. And this text element is going to be stretched just horizontally. And I'm going to reduce the font size to something small, like 8 pixels is fine. And then I'm just going to put a 0 on the bottom. Okay, I'll explain why this is the case later. And for the height, I'm just going to set it to height of 12 or maybe 10. Okay, and then I'm gonna middle align this and then center align this, and I'm gonna move the text all the way to the bottom. So I'm just gonna move the position Y so that it goes to -5 like that. So what I'm doing here is I'm putting a number at the bottom, and this will represent the level. So what we have here is we have a slot with an icon that is the image of the weapon, and then we have the text here, which is the image of, or rather the text that displays the level of the weapon. So then we have one slot like that, and then we can duplicate the slots to get more slots. Okay, it's similar to the grid layout that we had, except that now we only have it horizontally, right? So if you want to lay your weapons out vertically, for example, then instead of using the horizontal layout group, then you can use the vertical layout group. So now that we have the slots over here, okay, if we just duplicate the slots like that, we will get all our weapon slots. Except that now the weapon slots are not aligned with the inventory slots box that we have. So there are a couple of things you can do about this. I prefer to just add a vertical layout group like that, and then this will align everything quite nicely. Okay, and then under weapons here, I'll just do a control child size like that, and then control, give me a moment, the control child size. Okay, let me just undo this first. So we can add the spacing here, and then control child size work. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work because because I don't have a control child size. Okay, there we go. Okay, so you've got to check control child size in the horizontal layout group, and then in the vertical layout group as well. Then this will cause the weapon slots to lay out themselves like that, and then we can just duplicate the weapons and then call this second row here passives. And you can add a little spacing, but before we do that, let's just figure out why the text here is like this. Slot here, we can change the height to a smaller value. And then I'm just gonna, so as you can see, it takes a little playing around to get everything configured the way you want it. Right, and I'm just gonna duplicate 6 slots over here, same thing for the passives. I'm just gonna delete these other passives. So what you want to end up with is you want to end up with set of weapons and passives, and you want to configure it so that using vertical layout groups and horizontal layout groups, so that you have slots that will look like that, right? And if you do it right, you should get the whole thing to become adaptive. All right, later you'll see that when you shrink the size of the game too small, then you will see that the icons become very small as well. This is something that we can deal with later on, right? So if you have the screen be very big, also the icons can look very small. So I'm gonna show you how you can fix that later on. But you wanna just have a set of icons like that on the top left corner of your screen that is responsive. Once you're done with that, you gotta play around with the settings a little bit. You want to make full use of the control child size for the vertical layout group and the control child height as well. Sorry, control child size for the height and the width. So what I would check for the vertical layout group is the width, the height here, and the height here as well, and the width here. And then for the horizontal layout groups on the weapons and passives, I'll just check the width. Height doesn't really matter. I don't have to control the height. This is because if I let it control the height, then it's very hard for me to get the text to show up correctly. Do make sure, however, that your text is right below the box for the icon. So the position will be a negative value because it's under the slot. The slot itself is this box over here, and then the text is right under it. So now that we have everything set up, next thing we want to do is to just pull the scripts from the article, or if you're watching this video, then we will show you if you're watching the edited version of this video for part 20, then we will show you a script, and then you can copy the script from here. So before we move on to adding the script for these slots though, we will need to first generalize the data variable in item. What do I mean by that? So the script that we're going to be using, right, it's going to be handling both weapons and passives generally. What this means is that if you see in both the weapon script, let me just zoom in over here. In both the weapon script and the passive script, we have a variable called weapon data and passive data. A variable called data. And then this data is a weapon data when it's in weapon, and it's a passive data when it's in passive. Alright, so what this means is that if we were to try and access an item's data, we will not be able to do it because the item script itself doesn't have a data variable. Only the weapon and the passive scripts have a data variable. So what we want to do is to generalize this data variable so it's accessible as item as well. So what this means is that we're going to have to go to the item script and add a variable called item data like that. But if we do that, then we will have to actually remove the passive data and the weapon data variables inside the passives and the weapon scripts respectively. This allows us to manage both weapons and passives as items, but it does introduce a couple of kinks into our code, which I will cover later. So let me just head into the item script, the weapon script, and the passive script to make these changes. Alright, so what we want to do is, anywhere in your item script, you can just add a new variable, public item data. Alright, so this, just a recap for those of you who have not gone through part 15, item data, weapon data, and passive data, they contain data regarding items, weapons, or passives. And item data is the superclass for weapons and passives. And item data actually, the item class and the item data class gives us the ability to evolve our weapons and passives. So the item data is superclass for the weapon data and the passive data. So it can be converted into both a weapon data and a passive data. So we add the variable here, but after we do that, we're going to have to remove the variable inside the passive and the weapon classes. So let me just remove this. And I've got to remove the script from the weapon class as well, right? Right here. So once that is done, you will find in other scripts, you can now, let's say if I have an item, this is just a shortcut to find an instance of an item. So now I can access the data of an item instead of having to find a weapon and then access its data. So what we are doing here is we want to be able to do something like this to get the item's data instead of having to get the item as a weapon and then accessing the weapon's data. Alright, so this is what we mean. This is what I mean by generalizing the variable right here. But after you generalize the variable, you will find that there are some errors that occur on your project. And this is because we have converted the data variable from a weapon data or passive data into item data. So now whenever our subclasses access the data variable, like for example in the whip weapon here, right, the data variable is accessed, but previously it used to be a weapon data and now it's become an item data. So what I have to do now is to convert this data variable to a weapon data instead, because this is a weapon, right? So then I have to cast this to a weapon data for this error to go away. And this occurs in my script. In my project, it occurs in two scripts, the projectile weapon script as well as the whip weapon script. You can find the script by just double clicking on the error in the console over here and then just doing a cast. So depending on how your project is, because many of you when you refer to our videos, you actually are creating your own project, right? So depending on how many subclasses you have, whether you have subclass passives or weapon class, you will need to modify any number of scripts in your project as well. Okay, so what you want to do is if this data is supposed to be a passive data, you cast it to a passive data. Otherwise, you cast it to a weapon data, and it depends on, again, what script are you subclassing. So over here I'm subclassing weapon. All right, my projectile weapon is a weapon and my whip weapon is a weapon. So for both cases, I'm just gonna need to cast the data variable here to weapon data. So once that is done and you find there are no errors, then we can move on and we can add the script now. Okay, so the script we're adding is called UI inventory icons display. So I'm just gonna go to the UI folder and just gonna copy the scripts, which are right. Where's scripts and then UI, right? Sorry, my mind blanked out for a moment there. UI inventory icons display. So I'm just gonna copy the script here and paste it. So over here we have actually two scripts, it's not one, right? So just copy this other script as well. This is the UI inventory icons display editor. All right, the reason we have a different script for that is because we have a custom inspector for the game object. Let me just show you what I mean. All right, I'm just gonna attach the UI inventory icons component over here. And you will see that the inspector displays a certain way. All right, but when I create a new folder, I'm gonna create a new folder here called editor. Oh, I just realized that my camera might be blocking the component, so let me just show the component again. Right, it displays a different way, but when I create an editor folder and I add the new script here, UI inventory icons display editor. And then what I'm gonna do here is just to copy the script over here and paste it right here. So once I add the editor script as well, you will see the inspector for the UI inventory icons display component change. So what's changed is we have this drop down here now, and then we also have a generate icons button over here. So let me just show you how to use this component first before we move on to explaining the script. All right, so this component is supposed to be added to the weapons game object as well as the passives game object. All right, so under the weapons game object, once you add it, you will have to add your slot template over here. All right, so this slot template is just how one of the slots is supposed to be. So why do we have this slots template over here? So that we can click on generate icons over here. Right, so let's say I want to change the style of the slots. For example, if I want to make the text bigger, all right, I want to make the text like super big. So I can assign this to the slot template and just click on generate icons, and this applies to changes to the rest of the icons. So in a way, this component here makes it easy for us to modify the UI, because just by modifying one version of the slots, I can apply the changes to all the other slots as well. Okay, let me just show this to you again. I assign this to the slot template and click on generate icons, and this will modify the size of all my text. All right, so it's just a very convenient thing. Okay, you can also change the number of max slots and then generate icons again, and this will change the number of slots we have over here. So this is just number one, it's an easier way for us to manage the slots in the inventory system with the inspector component over here. Okay, the other thing is that you'll see the inventory is automatically assigned This is because the script automatically finds a player inventory. But what you want to do is this inventory here, let's say if you have more than one player, these slots here will basically contain the player inventory script of the player that you want to show the inventory of. You also have show levels, which if you uncheck, then this will not show the number at the bottom. Otherwise, if you check it, it will show the levels of your weapons or passives. This is something that we didn't have in the previous version of our inventory slot UI. For the paths themselves, right, the paths refer to these two game objects. Okay, every slot has an icon and the text, right? Okay, so then you want to just make sure that the icon path is the same name as the icon, and then the level text path is the same name as the text. Okay, so these two are just meant to allow the script to change the icon and the level text when the game is running. All right, and finally, targeted item list is a drop down that reads the player inventory and finds all variables that contain inventory slots. So in our player inventory script, if you recall, we have two variables here, right? Weapon slots and passive slots. So the UI inventory icons display over here is coded so that it always retrieves all the inventory slots inside player inventory. Okay, so if I have one more variable here, let's say, let's just call these other slots, all right? So let's say if I have three inventory slots, three lists of inventory slots, you'll see that now this update is to have three. So this is very flexible and it allows you to, when you customize your game, then your UI inventory icons display here will modify itself also. So this makes the whole thing not just modular, but also, you know, adapts to your game, right? Okay, so then in the long run, you will not need to do so much coding. Okay, because once you change one part of your code, then this component will change as well to include the new options that you have. All right, so because we only have two inventory slots, so I'm just going to remove this other slot here. This is just there to show you how this component works. All right, so then we are gonna, for the first row of items, which are weapons, we're gonna target the weapon slots. This means that we will read from the weapon slots to populate the slots here. And then for the passives, we will do the same thing, except that over here, icons path is the same thing. I'm just gonna assign the slot template over here and regenerate the icons so that they all have the same name. Oh, what's going on? Just give me a moment. Now reference exception. You assign the slot here. Okay, there's a little error in my script. Let me just modify it. I'll get back to you. So here I've got to add a if display slots now is greater than 0. Okay, let me just update this script onto the article as well. Okay, there we go. So with this update, the button should now work very nicely. Okay, so why do I want to generate icons? Because I want all the slots to have the same name. That's really about it. Okay, so you always have to generate the icon so that the array here is populated, right? When you first attach the game object, the slot here is always going to be empty, and you have to make sure that the component here registers all the slots. All right, so you've always got to click on generate icons to make sure that the icons are generated properly. Okay, so by right, you only need to have one slot, right? So you just need to have one slot over here and then click on generate icons, and then this will generate the rest of the icons here. All right. So same thing for the passives. You set passive slots here, and then you type in icon and text, depending on what the names of your game objects are here. Okay, you give the names here as well. And once you've done that and you play the game, you will find that the changes, or rather the slots, do not register your items. Right, after all this work, your slots not registering your items, which is a little annoying. So let me just show you what you can do about it. Okay, when I get items, it's not registering. Okay, this is because recall that the old slots are managed by play inventory. All right, so we've got to go over to the play inventory script as well and drop some updates. Okay, so in the play inventory script, we have the slots and they are managed by the slot class here. All right, whenever you get a new weapon, you also update the image sprite for the slot. Okay, you can find the slots actually. Let me just show you where the slots are. Under weapon slots here, you can find that there is an item and then there is an image. And this image here belongs to the, this image here points to the inventory slots here. All right, so your inventory script actually references the UI elements over here. Okay, which is not what we want. Again, this is why. This is because this makes it a very non-modular way of coding, because then the UI is tied to the play inventory script. And you cannot move this UI script somewhere else, all right, because it's managed by the inventory script. So we want to decouple that. So then this means that you want to delete all these UI elements over here, and you do that by going to play inventory and then just removing the image variable here, and then removing the references to the image variable. Okay, so when you do that, you should not get any errors. Let me just check this out. Okay, so when you do that, you will affect the game manager. So next thing you want to do is to go to the game manager then. And from here, we also want to remove the references. Inventories. Okay, so we also want to go to the game manager and remove this function over here, assign chosen weapon and passive items UI, because this will refer to the image inside the play inventory. So I'm going to remove this function as well. So what we are doing now is we're decoupling the inventory code from both the play inventory and the game manager, because we are switching to a new system. So then as a side note to that, we also have to remove the chosen weapons UI and the chosen passive items UI, because these two variables were being referred to inside the other function as well. And then finally, we have to go to the player stat script. And from here, I will also have to remove the reference to the function here. Okay, because we just removed this function, right? So we've got to remove this inside the player stat script as well. And this should fix all the errors that we have. And now that all this is done, we can start modifying the play inventory script to update the slots. All right, so how do we update the slots? Okay, so you just remove the references to the UI elements. Okay, so you will see under play inventory here, there's no longer any reference to the UI element. All right, because now the inventory slots here are replaced with the new slots over here. Okay, so instead of referring to the individual image elements, we will have to refer to the UI inventory icons display script. So let's go over to the play inventory script and then let's add two new variables here. Okay, this will be UI inventory icons display, weapon UI, and then passive UI. This gives us two variables on the play inventory script, like this. Okay, and then we can just drag the weapon UI here and the passive UI over here. Okay, so then now there's gonna be a lot less work when we want to assign item slots, because we just have to find all the parts of the play inventory script where the new items are added, because whenever the new items are added, we want to refresh the items that are shown. So let's go over to add, and then I'm just gonna do weapon UI refresh, and under the passive add function, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna refresh the passive UI. So finally, we also have to go to the level up function, because whenever we level up, we also have to refresh the UI. So this means under level up here, I will just do a weapon UI refresh and also a passive UI. So whenever a new weapon is added, a new passive is added, or whenever an item levels up, then we just refresh all the UIs. And this will cause the UI now to work properly. Okay, now we have an X, so then you'll see there's X here and then there's a 1. And when I get new items, you will see that it fills up the slots. And as I level up, you will see also that now the slots will reflect accordingly. Okay, I'm trying to get a weapon that I already have so I can show you the level up. But it's not giving me an existing weapon. Okay, so garlic is level 2, right? So you'll see here now that the text here becomes 2. Okay, so now we have a weapon UI that shows you the level, it shows you the weapon itself, and it's also modularized. Okay, before we apply this to the results screen, however, I want to just talk a little bit about how the script works. So let's head over to the inventory icons display script and let's run through the whole thing. Okay, so the inventory icons display script actually only has one function that matters. It's the refresh function. It's the same function that we just called in the play inventory script a couple of times, all right, in the level up function as well as in the add functions. What the refresh function does is it just cycles through the variable that is assigned here. So if I head over to the inventory slots here and I head over to the component here, you will see this either reads, this icons display here either reads from the weapon slots variable or the passive slots variable. Okay, so whatever is assigned here, it just reads through the variable. Over here, there's the code for reading the variable is pretty complex because it uses reflection. What is reflection? Reflection is basically using a string to get a certain variable name. Okay, because we can't possibly just go and get the inventory and then dot weapon slots, right? We can't just access it like that because this is a variable, if it makes sense. Okay, so this can be any variable name, so I cannot just do inventory dot something. Instead, what I'm doing is I'm getting the field called targeted item list. Targeted item list is this variable right here. Okay, so whatever the name of the targeted item list is, I'm trying to get that variable using the get field method. This is inside C#'s reflection library, right? So then I want to get this variable, and if it is a public variable and if it's an instance variable. Okay, so if you look at the play inventory script, I have two sets of slots, all right? And these are public, and this is also an instance. What does it mean by instance? Meaning it's not static, all right? Because it's not static, it's an instance variable. Okay, so we find all public variables that are also instance variables, and then if it's a name that's reflected here and we can get the field, then we will assign this field to the variable over here. Okay, after that we just loop through all the inventory slots and then we update the data for the items. All right. So the complex part really is just getting the variable, because again, we cannot get the variable by typing the variable name in directly. We have to retrieve the variable from the targeted item list over here. All right. So the long story short, okay, you can copy the code, and then you can read through the code and you can get a sense of how this works. You can also put it in ChatGPT and it will explain to you what the code is doing. All right. So the main thing you want to take away from this is that refresh will refresh the display of the inventory slots. Okay, so there are two ways that we can implement refresh. One way is that we can call it manually whenever we want to refresh the UI. If you want the UI to always reflect, you can always just put refresh inside update. I do not recommend this though, because this makes the UI inventory icons display very expensive, because now it is trying to update the inventory every frame. This makes it easier to use, but I really don't recommend it because it makes your script inefficient. You really don't have to update your inventory slots every frame. Okay, but if you add this piece of code though, then you no longer have to call the functions inside play inventory. All right. So over here, we manually call the function every time we update the slots. Okay, because again, this is more efficient than calling the refresh function and the update function every frame. So the rest of the functions are just there to the reset function. Again, it populates the variables. Okay, so if I add a new component over here, you will see that some of the variables are automatically populated. See that slot here is automatically populated. Inventory here is automatically populated as well. This is because in the reset function, these variables are populated. So it's just a way for us to preset the fields inside our component. On enable, what it does is it just calls refresh. So whenever a UI screen activates, then it will just update the inventory slots. Okay, this will be relevant to us later when we port the inventory slots that we have over to the result screen. So let me just, what did I change? I didn't change anything. I just added a new component here, so let me just remove that. So now that we have all the inventory slots, the scripts are explained. Okay, I'm just gonna talk about the editor script as well. Okay, the editor script, what it does is that it adds two new fields over here, the targeted item list, as well as the button over here. Okay, that allows us to regenerate all the slots. Okay, so I've explained what this button does. Okay, so why do we want to add these two? Because it's just for us to have this drop down, right? Because there is no other way for us to implement this drop down, right? If you look at how this is implemented, this targeted item list variable, I've actually, in the original script, I've actually made this variable hidden. The reason I made it hidden is because if I were to make it unhidden, then you will see targeted item list is actually a string. Okay, I do not want this to be a string. What I want is for this to be a drop down, and then when I change the drop down, it updates the string like that. Okay, so what I've done instead is I've hidden this variable, and then I've created, using the editor script, a drop down that will update the string variable, which is what you saw just now, right? So this makes it more user friendly, right? Because if I were to allow the user to type in the string directly, then if you type in the wrong fields, then it will create errors and then your inventory will not update. So this is a way of making sure that my component is less error prone, okay, because you disallow the user from typing their own values, right? And so this is done, there's a whole bunch of code that enables this. So what it does basically is it just reads the play inventory class, and it finds all the fields that are public and they are not static. Okay, and then they are also of the type play inventory slot. All right, so I'm finding play inventory, and then I'm looking for the slot variable. See that? And then from there, if I find the slot variable, I just add this to a list. And then this list is managed and then inserted into a drop down that is right here. Sorry, where's the drop down? Give me a moment. Drop down is here. All right. So the drop down is drawn by using the editor GUI layout and then doing a pop-up. and then this is the variable name, and these are the options for the drop down. Okay, and then this value here is a selected option for the drop down. Okay, so what we have here, if you look at the drop down over here, this is 3 options, right? None, weapon slots, passive slots. Okay, so this will be 0, 1, and 2. Okay, so then this value here, why am I doing a max and then 0 here? This is so that if this value is negative, then this will be 0, which will select none. So what I'm doing here is I'm creating this element over here and making sure that the default value is none, and then you can select your own values. All right. The rest of these functions over here, like for example, begin editor check and end editor change check, this is just so that when I update the editor, the Unity will save the value for me, so that the drop down does not, you know, like if I select the values here, the drop down does not lose the value. Okay, otherwise if I update this drop down over here and I deselect it and I select it again, then the value will not be saved. Okay, so these are just editor shenanigans that I do to make sure that Unity saves the value that I assign to it. Okay, and then set dirty, basically what this does is whenever you change a value in the scene, right, okay, you will find that a star appears here. Okay, so set dirty, what it does is it adds a star over here so that it makes the editor register there is a change, so that you have to Control S to save the scene. Okay, these are all more advanced things that you can play around with. Most of this code that I've gotten here actually is from ChatGPT. Okay, so of course I understand what the code is doing, so I had to modify the code, but I got the code basically just by asking ChatGPT by telling it what I need, and then it generating a code for me, and then me modifying the code to meet my needs. All right. The button itself is generated using GUI layout.button, and then it calls this function called regenerate icons. And what regenerate icons does is that it deletes all the slot game objects and just duplicates the existing game objects. Sorry, the existing slot template. So what this generate icons does is basically it deletes all the slots and then it duplicates the slots. Okay. After duplicating all the slots, you will go to this slots array here and then just assign each of the slots inside. Okay, so if I click on this, you will see that the same thing happens, right? So this is important to click on because this allows the component to find all the slots under it so that it can manage the slots when the game is running. So clicking on this is very important every time after you are done configuring the settings over here, and click on generate icons to get the icons registered. Okay, so the reason why I created an inspector script is because I wanted to customize the last 2 options of the inspector. All right, you can read more if you're interested in customizing your own inspector templates as well. You can read more about this by just going to Google, and then you can find Unity custom inspector. There should be a couple of tutorials from Unity themselves that you can read through to get a sense of how this works. This can be very useful, but you can get by without using this as well. Okay, so the reason I'm using this is because I'm again creating scripts that will adapt when you change other parts of your code, right? So in our case here, I wanted this to adapt whenever play inventory is updated with more classes of slots. All right, that was why we have this drop down over here. Okay, so now that we have all the slots in place and they are working, we have to move this over to the result screen because the result screen is still using the old slot system. Okay, so let me just do that. So let me just turn on the result screen next. And from the result screen, okay, you will see a couple of problems in the result screen. The first is that if the screen is too small, then it's not responsive, all right? The responsive portion is pretty easy to fix. So let's fix that first, all right? So as I've always talked about, whenever you have a screen that is not responsive, what you have to do is find all the elements that are not responsive and then make them responsive by splitting the anchor. So I'm just going to grab the divider over here, first thing, and I will open the rect transform. If it's closed, then you cannot see the anchor. Open the rect transform. And how do I make this line responsive. All right, right now it's not responsive, right? Because if I shrink the size of the screen, vertically the line will extend beyond the screen, and I don't want that. So to do that, just split the anchor. Because the line is only one dimensional, right? So I can get away by just splitting the anchor vertically. So I'm just gonna set the y over here to 0.1. Okay, maybe it's not good at 0.15, somewhere here, and then the max will be 0.8. And what this does is moves the anchor to here and here, right? If you want it to be higher value, you can always just increase the anchor over here. Once that's done, set top to 0, bottom to 0. Okay, so that the line always follows the anchor. And this will make the line adaptive, right? See that? Okay, so you have to find a value that works for you. So for example, if you find that the line is still overlapping at certain parts, you can always reduce the values over here. And of course, always set the values top and bottom back to 0. And you see that it becomes a lot more responsive, right? Okay, how about the horizontal responsiveness? Okay, this can be fixed by looking at the elements that are not responsive at the moment. Okay, so we have time survived and level reached, sorry. Time survived holder. Okay, so here we want to make the element responsive horizontally. So again, I'm gonna have to play around with the anchor a little bit. I'm gonna set the horizontal anchor to be like that, so that I want the entire element to only be contained within around 40% of the screen, like that. Okay, next I want to find a value for the anchor that corresponds to the position of the text now. So I'm just gonna go with 0.6 and 0.7 here, and you see that this gives me a box that appears like that. Okay, then I can set everything to 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And this will move the text all over like that. Okay, next thing I want to do is under the text here, I'm just going to stretch. Okay, so under the holder here, notice I've defined a box like that. All right, so now that the box is defined, I can just go to the text and stretch it. I can go to the display time and stretch it as well. Okay, and then for the text element here, instead of having it be a value of 1, which means it fills up the entire box, right? It will just fill up half of the box. And then I've got to set the right here to 0. So what I've got here is a box like that, and this text takes up 50% of it. All right, because I've set the anchor to 0, 0.5, and then these values here are 0. For the display time, same thing. Okay, this will take up half, so it's 0.5 to 1. Then I'll set the left value here to 0. And now you will see that I have a time survived holder that has box like that. And then the text takes up half, the display takes up half. Right. So now let's do the same thing for level reached as well. For level reached, I want to again modify the anchor to the appropriate values. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong variable to modify. 0.05, 0.7. Okay, I want this under, right? So this should be 0.5, 0.6. So you see the box is under here, right? And then I can set this to 0, 0, 0, 0. So then you see the box is now right under time survived. And for the text, again, I will just stretch it. And then modify it to take up 50% of the screen, or rather 50% of the parent instead of 100%. And display time, same thing, I'll stretch it like this, and then set this to 0.5, and this will be 0. So now that I've modified the elements like that, okay, you will see that this now becomes responsive. Okay, so we can do the same thing for a chosen character as well, and then that will make it responsive as well. So let's just do that. Chosen character holder, I'm just gonna define the boundaries for it horizontally. And then vertically as well. This will be 0.5 to 0.7. I'll set the margins to 0. And then this will make the element like that. And then next thing I want to do is go to the children element and then just stretch it across. So the image will be stretched across like that. But I want to limit the image to be 20%. Alright, so I'm just gonna set 0.2 over here. Set the right to 0 like that. And then the image will now be contained within a certain boundary. Name, same thing, I'll stretch it. And then I will move it so that it's the boundaries are after the image. And then again, I set the margins all to 0 and I center align the chosen character here. Okay, so now this makes the whole thing responsive. See that? So for the text, you have a couple of options. Usually for the text, I like to make, because these are all single line text, right? So I actually like to make the text adapt to the size of the box as well. What do I mean by that? I'll just auto size. Okay, I can just auto size this, and then this will cause the text to increase in size or decrease in size respectively. Okay, I'll leave you to decide if you want to go with this. Okay, so if you want to do that, you have to also make sure that the boundaries are set. So for example, if I do that for chosen character, you see the text now takes up the entire box. Okay, and then when I resize, you see the text will size itself accordingly. Okay, this makes it so that the text can be of different sizes at certain screen sizes. So I generally do not like to use auto size, but it's an option there if you want to do that. Okay, I'm just gonna leave the text at its original sizes like that. Okay, so then it's just gonna shift itself like that, but the size of the text doesn't really change. Okay, last thing I want to do is this box here doesn't look very nice. So I'm just going to replace it with one of the engine sprites. Okay, so Unity has a couple of sprites that come with the engine. I'm just going to find a suitable sprite like that. Okay, the reason I assign a sprite here is because I want to preserve aspect. Okay, so that whenever we assign a sprite over here, this doesn't get distorted. If I do not do this and I assign a sprite here, then the sprite gets distorted because later we assign the character sprite, right? So depending on what character sprite you have here, you always want the character sprite to be proportionate. Okay, so I'm assigning a sprite here to get the preserve aspect option over here, and I can check it. Okay, last thing you want to do is you will see the weapons and passive items chosen actually contained under the game objects here. Okay, and the images are all hidden and they're not responsive as well. Okay, so let's just delete these, and then we'll just copy the weapons and passives game object and then paste it inside the result screen. I'm just gonna put it under the result screen like that. And this will, because these two elements are already responsive, so then I can just proceed and move the elements over to the bottom of the chosen character game object over here. So let me just move the weapons object first. Okay, so because these are already responsive, I can just go ahead and just set the anchor 0.55, 0.95. And then I can just set the left and the right. Okay, then the anchor for the top and the bottom, I think I can also split it. So this will be 0.4, 0.5. And I'll set the top, bottom is 0 as well. Okay, so you might also want to go to slot over here and just increase the size of your slot depending on your preferences. All right, so if I increase the size of the slot, I probably have to increase the size of the text here as well. Okay, so if you do that, then again you have to generate icons to apply the changes to the rest of the icons, and you can do the same thing for the passives. Okay, or you can always just duplicate the weapons to get the passives. Okay, just remember, if you do that, then you have to set these to passive slots, and you also have to move the slots down like this. And there you go. So then now you have the weapons and passives. And of course, after you do that, you have to always just shift the elements around like that to make sure that they are responsive, and you find maybe the items are not very responsive, right? Okay, so we perhaps have to also modify the slots over here, get the icons to be, let's see if we can actually get the horizontal layout group here to control the child height. control the child height here, and then we can add a gap under passive, say 20 and 20 over here as well. Okay, so you just gotta play around with the settings a little bit until you get a set of configurations that are responsive. Okay, so the downside of it being responsive is that at certain screen sizes may look weird. Okay, so again, one thing I like to do to fix this is I like to go to the canvas and then assign a screen size. Okay, so assign a reference resolution to make all the UI elements stay at a certain size, right? So when you resize the elements, there will still be different layouts depending on the resolution of the screen, but this becomes more consistent because now you're restricting the screen size to be a certain resolution, right? So with all these changes made, your result screen should now be responsive, and it should also be homogenized so that you have a UI element that is, give me a moment, so that you have inventory icon slots, right, that use the same component as the result screen. Heading 1280 by 720 isn't very nice. Maybe I can try using a different reference resolution because the icons now appear very small. So perhaps, let me see what I can do to fix that. Icons here don't look nice. Is it because if I do constant pixel size, it looks nicer, right? Okay, you just gotta try different values and then you get something that works. Yeah. So if I decrease the reference resolution even more, you see the icons are look a little bit better now. Okay, so you have to play around with the values over here to get the results that you want. It's the easiest way to do it. There are other ways to do it as well, but I prefer to just modify the canvas scaler to get the icons to be the way I want them to be. And that's about it for this part, really. So then the last thing we need to do is just to clean up everything, right? So the inventory slots, the old version, just delete that, and I think that's about it for this part. Yep, there we go. So we'll be editing this video and then releasing part 20 with this. Part 20 is gonna be a lot faster to come out than part 19 because part 19 was quite a lot of work. And part 20 is, well, it's a lot less work than part 19 was. So I expect to see it out within the next 1 or 2 weeks. Article is already out and it's gonna be free. So if you are already up to part 19, then you want to refer to the article to get your codes updated and your inventory slots modular. Okay, so when the game is over and you enable the result screen, you will see that the icons will always correspond to the weapons that you have. Right? So this is nice. So if I disable this and let's say I get a new item, you will see that the result screen will also update itself. Okay, all using one script. Okay, there's no need for us to code different scripts to manage the icons differently in different places. Okay, it's all managed by the same script now. Okay, so again, if I open the result screen, see that the result screen is always updated with our latest weapons. So in the next part, we are finally going to go to the weapon, to the enemy spawning system. And in the enemy spawning system, we'll cover how we can spawn not only individual enemies, but also spawn patterns. So we can do things like, for example, the flower wall that you see in Vampire Survivors, right, in the first level, and a whole bunch of other different configurations. All right, so stay tuned for that. We will cover that next stream. I'm gonna go for a short break. When I come back, then I'll be covering some questions that our viewers have asked. So one of these things is how do we create different characters with different animations. I'm going to cover that. And the other thing I'm going to cover is a custom UI element that one of our patrons is creating and is asking about. So the project files, you can look out for that. They're going to be uploaded after this stream is done, and then they'll be on the Patron page. So yeah, so I'll see you in a while, and when we are back, then we'll cover the other things that I just mentioned.
Not in a friendly way, although I think we're great friends, and not in a misplaced affection puppy dog way, although I'm sure that's what you'll call it. I love you.
Right there. I'm back, and I'm gonna re-enable the chat notifications, yeah, since the recording for... Let me just turn down the music as well. Since the recording for part 20 is done, I'm just gonna turn on chat notifications as well, and yeah, so feel free to say hi, or if you have any questions, feel free to ask your questions as well. So right now what I'm doing is I'm addressing a question that one of our viewers has. Maybe let me just show the question. I'm just re-downloading some project files so that I can show how the I can show you how the change is done. I think this will be a relevant question for a lot of you. So I'm just getting the project files for part 12 because our character data has changed over okay, you know what, let me just actually let me just use the current project file. Okay, so if you go to our forums, one of the newer posts that we have is this: how do you add new characters, right? So we've covered in part 5 how new characters are added, but there is a big limitation with the new characters that we add, because no matter what character you add, no matter what character you have, right, characters all have the same sprite, which is a problem. Alright, so if I have say Porta Ladonna, she has a whip, but she has the same Boardman sprite. See that? As if I were to select another character, say Gennaro, same sprite, and there doesn't seem to be an option to change it. So I'm just gonna cover how you can change your code. This is a pretty simple change, alright? So I'm just gonna cover how you can do that, how you can make your different characters have different sprites. So the characters are all actually, the data for these characters are all stored inside the characters folder, and then you have character data, or if you are on part 14 or below, you will be using character scriptable objects. Okay, but they're very similar scripts. Okay, whether you're on part 15 and you use character data, or you are on part 14 and before and you're using character scriptable object, the changes that you have to implement are going to be very similar. Okay, so right now for every character that we have, we can assign a different sprite for that. Okay, so let's try that and then we will see if that fixes the issue. Okay, the answer is it doesn't, but we'll go step by step. Okay, I'm just going to find a couple of other sprites from OpenGameArt, and we can implement all of these different sprites for our character. Let's see, what sprites can we use? Okay, let's use these sprites here. I'm gonna save the link. Okay, so I'm just downloading some random sprite here, right? I upload it onto the project. Okay, so here I have a new set of sprites. I'm just gonna slice them first. Multiple sprite data, and I think these are even, right? So I can just slice them using grid by cell count, and there are, how many sprites are there? 9 in the column, and there are 6 in a row, right? So slice like that. One, two, three, four, 5, 6. It's off. How about cell size? So this is one sprite. It's 15 by 16, and there is a gap of pixels. So there's a gap of 1 pixel. So the sprites are all 16 by 16 with a gap of 1 pixel in between. Let me just slice by that, then by cell size, 16 by 16, It's padding of 1, 1, 1. There we go. I think it's perfect. Now let's try slicing this. Do I get the last row? About 1 and 0. It's work? No, 1 and 0 doesn't work. 1 and 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This spreadsheet is a little difficult to slice. Trying to figure out what values I should put in to get everything to slice properly. Because right now, seems like certain things are off center. I go 16 by 16 with a padding of 1 and 1. Ah, there we go. I think I got it this time. Okay, so let's use this spreadsheet and then we will just get the... Let's see if this matches our character spreadsheet. Where's our character spreadsheet? There we go. It's here. So he's just moving left and right, right? And how is the animator set up? The animator is inside of here, right? The characters. Let me just find it. Animations. There we go, display animation. So we have a play walk and we have idle. Okay, so I think I have enough to start explaining things. Okay, so we have a play animator over here, right? And this is the animator controller. So then if we want to replace the sprites of our characters, okay, the first thing we have to do is to find the character scriptable object and then just replace the sprite with something else. Okay, so for example, if Antonio is the generic sprite, I can have the other characters use different sprites. So I can, for example, have Gennaro use some other character. So let's say Gennaro may use one of the 8-bit characters here. Let's say this guy. And then I can have Llama use something else. Llama can use say this green guy, and Paul can be someone else. Okay, so we're just selecting sprites for now. Okay, but you'll see that if you change the sprites over here, the resulting, the character will still be the same in that they will still be using, it doesn't change anything, right? So I can do this. I can change the sprite here, but what this does is, this doesn't change anything. character will still be using their default sprite like that. Okay, but if I go to the results screen now, you will find that the results screen shows a different thing. Let me just show that to you. Result screen will show you the character icon instead. Okay, so you can see it's working to some degree, but what we have to do is we have to expand the character data script or the character scriptable object script to also accommodate the animations, because when the game is playing, then the character is playing a certain animation, right? This is why you still have the character defaulting to the default sprite we have over here. Yeah, so how do we do that? We have to first go to the character data script or the character scriptable object, and we have to add one more variable. So let me just show that to you. Let me find the character data script that's under, where is it under? It's under character data. I forget where I put the script. Scriptable object? No, it's not scriptable object. Scripts, player, character, and there we go. Okay, so if you're on part 14 and below, you will have to be using character scriptable object. Instead, you have to modify that. Okay, so what do you change? Okay, so we have the sprite icon over here, right? Okay, I'm just gonna add one more variable. This will be animator controller. This will be runtime animator. Sorry. Okay, and this will be animator. I'm just gonna call it animator control. I'm just gonna call it controller. Right? So by adding this field over here, I'm just gonna make it public. Or if you want to keep in the format of this, it's fine as well. I just prefer to make it public because I don't think there is a need for us to have getters and setters and all that stuff, right? Just add a line like that. And this will bring us to back to the scriptable objects here. And then you will find that now there is a controller that you can modify. Alright, so you can assign a different controller for each of the characters. Okay, for that to happen, you will have to create animations for each of your characters. Okay, so let's say if I have, for example, here I have the player animation, right? Okay, I have to create one more animation for each of the characters that I have. So let me just create a new animation here, and then this will be gray player walk. Or I can give it an appropriate name. So for example, Porta Madonna walk. Okay. Or I can call it player Porta Ladonna walk. And this will be loop time. And then I'll have to go in and modify the animation. Alright. So the walk animation for the Porta Ladonna player will be, let's find the sprite for the Porta Ladonna character first. And sprite is this sprite, right? So we just got to find the walk animation for this character, which is sprites 36. So the walk animation is here, right? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so once I've done that, to make the animation, I will have to first, because I can't drag the sprites inside here, the reason for that is because I will have to first create a new animator controller. Okay, but because the animator controller can be the same as the player, what I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna create a new animator override controller like that. And then this will be player Porta Madonna. Alright. And in the override controller, I can just put the player inside, and then you see this gives me the option to override the animation. So I'm going to override that with the Portal Ladonna animation. And then once that is done, I can go over to the game view. I don't have to save this, right? And then go to player. And then over here, instead of using the default player animator, under the animator component, where is the animator component? There we go. Under the default animator, under the animator component, I can just go and grab Portal Ladonna instead. And then this allows me to modify her animations. Alright, so I'll go to animation here then, and I can just add the sprites for Portal Ladonna. So under art, find walk animation here, just drop it here. Okay, so I can go for say 8 frames per second or something. This is the sample rate, right? Change it to 8, and you see how the animation plays. Show sample rate, there we go. Reduce the frame rate, and I can. Okay, so there are two parts we need to replace. We need to replace the animator, and we also need to replace the sprite here. The character sprite that we see. Here, so this character sprite here, we can just replace it with this sprite here. And then what we'll get then is that now this character is okay. So then see that the sprite is a little small because the pixels per unit here has to be reduced. Then you will get the correct size point. And say let's reduce this even further. Yeah, so if you replace the sprite and then the animation, you will see that now the character changes. Okay, so that's exactly what we are doing here. Let me just undo the changes by putting the original character back. So this guy, and then the default play animation. So what I was doing just now is I was modifying the animation on the player and the sprite to show you what we have to do in the script to change the character. So now that we have figured out how to get the animation for one of the characters, okay, now the animation for one of the characters is done, I can set the controller here to player Portal Ladonna. And then we will do the same for the rest of the characters as well. Okay, meaning we have to add a sprite and then create a new animator for the character. And once that is done, right, okay, we have to go to the script. And under the script here, there is a character selector, right? So the character selector is right here. So under the character selector, you will see there is a get data over here. Okay, that gets the character data. Once the character data is gotten, right, there's actually a select character here, and this selects the character data. Just save the, do I save the changes? No, let's not save the changes. Character selector selects character data. And what does the button do again? Called scene controller. So we have a scene controller as well, right? Scene change changes the scene. There we go. So under player stats, we have to update player stats as well. So player stats over here, we have character data. So under the awake over here, this is where all the variables are set. So then we also just have to assign the sprite for new character. So for this one, do we have an access to the sprite renderer? Okay, it looks like we don't. Let's add a sprite renderer here. Okay, so there's a play animator here, so let's update this instead. So here I'm just gonna have a public void set sprites, and this is going to take a sprite s as well as a runtime animator controller animator. And then what this does is this will set the SR sprite equals sprite animator am controller. Is there a controller variable here? Runtime animator controller equals to animator. Let's call this controller instead. Okay, so once we have the set sprites function here, then we can just go to player stats, and then we don't have to do all of this business already there. We can just get a reference to the animator, like this. So player animator. Let's get component, player animator. I'm just gonna declare this variable outside so that I can just assign the variable here, and then under here I can just do play animator set sprites, and then the sprite that is set will be from the character data, and there's sprite. It's called the icon. Let's see the icon, character data icon, and the animator is just the character data controller, right? So what we are doing here is that we are creating a new field inside our character data or character scriptable object, and it's just a runtime animator controller. Okay, then once we assign something to the runtime animator controller, then we just have to update our play animator script to be able to let the script update the sprite renderer and the animator. And then we will just put the values inside character data into the play animator using player stats. Yeah, I'll just paste the codes I've added into the forum post and explain how all of this stuff works. And yeah, let's test this out, and this should work. So now Portal Adorner actually as a controller assigned, right? So if I were to play the game and I were to select Portal Adorner, you will see that, oh no, the sprite isn't updated. What am I missing? Portal Adorner, and animator still says play. Oh, okay, one mistake I have here is gotta put this on the start. Cannot put this under awake, because in awake the variables haven't been initialized. Yeah, I hear your message. Just give me some time to fix this first before I look at your message. Yeah, just working on this at the moment. Animator is not playing. Animator. Seems like this should work. Maybe I just have to do a SR right renderer, and the component animator is not playing a animator. What's going on? This was simpler. I thought this was simpler than it actually is. Probably it's simple, you know, I'm just missing a bug. Animator is not playing. Animator controller. Portal Adorner. Oh, it's assigned the wrong character data, no wonder. So let's assign Portal Adorner here. And I think we should be good now. There we go. So now we gotta figure out why the sprite changes back to the main character when we are not moving. Let me just look at the message first. Hi Cam and Unchallenged Gaming. It's nice to see you all. So what I'm doing now is I'm just answering a viewer question on the forums about how to make the characters have their sprites changed. So I'm halfway through implementing that. Later I'll document it in the forums so that any one of you who wants to do that can follow that tutorial as well. So the sprite is being applied for the animation, but not for the sprite itself. So we've got to figure out why. that's the case. So SR sprite. No, well, I've got some games, but I haven't released commercial games before. So you can go to terrascore.com/games to see some of the stuff that I've created. But again, they're not commercial games. Because getting a game to go commercial, it's a lot of work, and I do websites and it's a lot easier to make money making websites. So that was what I was focusing on earlier in my life. Oh, all of this stuff is post part 14, but you can also implement it pre part 14, but then it's just that the script is different. So post part 14 we'll be using character data, but pre part 14 you'll be using character scriptable object. But you just got to add this variable over here. Once you add this variable over here, you can assign the variable inside of here. Yeah, so then you need to replace the icon as well as the controller. So I was demonstrating just now that if you go to the scenes folder and you open your game, right? So how do you control the animation for the character is basically what you want to do is you want to replace the animator here with an animator of the new character, and then you also want to replace the animator the icon with something else, and then this will cause the character to change the animation. So for example, if I replace the icon here and the animator, then the character changes. Okay. Yeah. So then this sprite here determines how the character looks when they're idle, and then this animator here determines how the character looks when he or she is walking. So I'm just working out some kinks because I'm just assigning these variables via the script right here. But it seems like the sprite is not setting itself. Only the animation is setting itself, which is what is causing the issue right now. All the websites I make are for clients, so they're all website projects. So I agree with you with when it comes to driving traffic to websites, it's pretty difficult. It's hard to get attention in general, right, from people today. Let me just do some debugging to figure out why the sprite is not setting itself. Let me just print the sprite variable here. You know, every time I think about, whenever I try and implement a feature that I think is simple, then I break it down and I realize that actually that there's a bit more work than I expected it to have. So Portal Adorner, has the character data of Antonio. So let me just put Hotel Donna here. So why is the icon not facing the sprite? Print as sprite. So the funny thing is that it changes the icon from the character to the assigned sprite and then back again. So if I select Portal Adonna in the first frame, this is updated, but then it changes back to the default player sprite, which is a little confusing. I'm not sure what's going on. Some other script must be changing the sprite back. So perhaps I can disable the rest of the scripts to see what's going on. Yeah, I need player stats, disable player movement. Let me just disable the rest of the scripts and we'll see what is going on here. Some other script is changing the sprite, I think. And that is why we're not getting our sprite to update. Assign the sprite. Player stats is assigning the sprite character. give me a moment. Yeah, I can't. Something is changing the sprite back to its original version. I'm not sure what is it. Let's re-enable the rest of the scripts, and let's just play this. So now the sprite is fine. So for the rest of the characters, I'm just gonna leave the default animation, default play animation for all of them except for Portal Adorner. So what I'm doing now is I'm just printing out all the variables because I'm not sure what script is causing this issue. So I'm just trying to find out where in the code, because over here you'll see that the script here prints out the new sprite, so it means that the sprite has been updated. But then somewhere along the line, the sprite gets changed back to the original player sprite. So some script must be changing the sprite back, and I'm not sure what script is responsible for doing that. It might be the animator. I'm suspecting it's the animator, so perhaps let me just disable the animator over here, and then it might solve the issue. So it is the animator. So that means that what can I do to solve this? Maybe I can move this to start, might make a difference. Ah, there we go. Now it works, right? If I re-enable the animator, does this solve the problem? Let me go back to the menu screen. Okay, so I have to disable the animator first, and update the sprite, and re-enable the animator when the game starts. So I guess the easy fix for this, the lazy fix for this is to disable the animator on the game scene, and we enable it by script. This will solve the problem that we have. There we go. So then we can go to menu here, and then when we select the lightning ring character, I thought the animator is disabled now. Oh, so we can't enable it here. We've got to set the runtime controller first. Okay, now I found a fix for this. Let me just explain the whole process again. Can re-enable the animator. So different characters can be assigned different sprites. So let me just summarize the changes I've made. Okay, so what I've done is I've gone to the character data script. I've added this line of code. And this line of code allows us to have a new variable here for each of the characters. And that is the animation controller. Okay, so every character only has two animations in the game. They have a stationary animation and they have a walking animation. All right. So you can find this in the player controller that we have. I think we made it in lesson 5, part 5 or something, right? And there are two animations inside. Okay, idle and walk. For both idle and walk, you want to assign just the play walk animation to it right here. Okay, so for the idle, it'll be a speed of 0 because the animation doesn't animate, and then for play walk, this will be 1 because it animates normally, right? So once you've gotten that, for every new character that you want to have, you'll want to create an animation override controller. All right, this is like a subclass of sorts. Okay, so maybe if you want to have a new player character, you can call, maybe this will be Antonio. Player Antonio. And then when you create an animation override controller, you assign the original player over here. But then you have to create a new animation clip for the character. How do you create new animation clips? You're going to have to go into the scene. Okay, and then you're gonna have to go to player and then replace the animator controller under the animator component with your new characters controller. So for example, player Antonio. All right. And then after you've done that, you should be able to modify the animation for the player on Antonio character. So under player walk over here, you see the sprite like that. I'm gonna have to first go to Antonio here, and I'm gonna have to replace this animation clip with my own. So I'm gonna create a new animation clip with, and this will be player Antonio walk. Right, so there are two things you have to create: the animator override controller and then the animation itself. Okay, so the animation that you create will go into the override controller. Make sure the animation is loop time, is checked. And then after you've done that, you can go back to the character. And then whatever that's here, okay, if you go to animation and you put play Antonio here, you should be able to now modify the animation for the character Antonio. Right, so then I'm gonna change this to 8 frames. I'm gonna move this animation here and just Antonio, let's say he uses this character, right? So I'm just gonna drag these frames over here and make sure the samples are set to 8, so it's just slower frame rate, right? And then if you cannot see this, then you can just turn on show sample rate, and then this will allow you to see the animation. All right, so once you've done that, you can switch the animator back to its original value of player. Okay, so now then the Antonio player, right, because he has his own animation and his own sprite, you want to go to scriptable object, characters, Antonio, and then just find the correct sprite for him. So the sprite will be this, right? And then for the controller, this will be player Antonio. All right. So you have to create a new animator controller for every new character and assign a sprite to the new character. Okay, once you've done that, when you select the character in the character select script, this should give you the option. When you select him, then you get a sprite over here. Okay, so this applies to if you were to do this to the character scriptable object. So if you're before part 14, you should be able to do this as well. Yeah, you just have to modify the character scriptable object. I'll paste the changes to the scripts on the forum post, and maybe I'll do another recording that explains things clearer, because right now there are a lot of gaps and stuff, right? So yeah, so that's how it works. So after the stream, I'll document how this is done in the forums, and then I'll make another recording for this separately. Let me just save the files so I don't lose the changes. Yeah, so there we go. Okay, so for idle animations, right? For idle animations, this will work as well. So for idle animations, you can, let me see, you can go to the, where is the animation folder again? So for the idle animation, if you want a separate idle animation, you just gotta create an idle animation for the character, and then just assign the animation over here. So you've got to assign an animation to the idle, right? So then if you have an idle animation, what's going to happen is that under the override controllers, you will have 2 fields instead of 1, and you have to override the idle animation as well. Hope that makes sense. Yeah, so if you have 2 animations per character, then you need to create 2 animations for every character that you have. And yeah. You know what, since we have a bit of time, let me just run through the whole thing again. Let me just write the post and run through. Do I have the time? Because okay, let me move on and address one of our patrons questions first, and later on, if we still have time after that, then I will do the recording for this. Otherwise, I will do a recording probably tonight, and and then we will start editing the video and stuff, and then we will post it. I'll definitely make a video for this. It's just when I'm gonna do it. Okay, so the next thing I want to cover is we have a patron, and he's trying to make his own UI component similar to the stats one, but this one is trying to implement okay, let me show you his post. So what he's trying to do is, if you look at Vampire Survivors, right? There is a total damage done. Under the UI. So when you go to the, I think it's game over screen, right? Game over. There we go. So under the results screen, instead of on top of showing all the weapons that you have, the result screen also shows you things like the level, the damage done, and so on, right? So he's created a script that allows the weapon to record the total damage that it's done, and he's asking about how he can modularize the script. So let's take a look at his project, and then we'll see how this can be done. So I'm loading the project now. It's going to take some time. And your project is really large. So I am like 10% in. I'm just gonna document the changes I've made for the previous viewer question first. And when it's done, then I'll get back to your project. I was really surprised that I had to spend so much time getting the animations and stuff to work. I thought it was gonna be such a simple change, right? But then I got stuck on that for like 1 hour plus. So let me just document the changes before I forget what I've done. Yeah. To create field on your sign different method. find character icons. So the animator controller, the animator here, add a function called set sprite that allows us to save the default sprite.
Begging for mercy for my poor broken heart. Another door closes and I'm left in the dark. Long time I've been alone, the pain can be undone, the scars within our words. Long time I've been alone, the pain can be undone, the scars within our words. I can't do what I've done to not get looked upon. I've gone to breaking point. Can you hear my cries at night? There's nothing left for me to do. My broken soul I need to ignite. It's the peace that I pursue. Trapped inside my mind, with noise I can't shut down. I feel pinned to the ground. Trapped inside my mind, in a point of no return, I start to come undone. Time wants me succumb, the pain makes me go numb, the scars within our words. Just tell me what to do, I need some help from you. I've come to breaking point.
Thanks.
Can you hear my cries at night? There's nothing left for me to do. My broken soul I need to ignite. It's the peace that I pursue. Can you hear my cries at night? There's nothing left for me to do.
Okay, the project is almost done loading. Okay, while this is still loading, I'm just gonna get a refill of my cup of tea. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Oh, never mind, the project loaded. Let's jump right in then. So we have the game scene. So if you've just joined the stream and you're wondering what we're doing here, one of our viewers, a patron, he's trying to code a UI component that shows you the total damage that every weapon has done in the game. So he's asked me about how to modularize it. So he has his code and I'm just gonna look through the code and review that. So we have a couple of questions. A gentleman gaming asks, how often do bugs like the one you had happen at the sprites? Happens every time. Happens always. Bugs always happen, and the bugs are the bugs are the real-time killers. Whatever that you are doing, like websites, they happen as well. And sometimes bugs happen because of the way you code certain things. Like I've been fixing a bug for a WordPress plugin I did for a client. We spent like 2 weeks to find the bug and fix it because the bug was very obscure. It was really hard to replicate. And then after 2 weeks, we finally found out how to replicate it, and that was when I was able to fix the bug. So bug fixing can happen at the most obscure of times, and it can really mess up your development timeline. And sometimes you just take a while to figure out what's wrong. You know, it's really annoying, especially bugs that are platform dependent. So you can get bugs that happen, let's say on Safari, but doesn't happen on, let's say, Chrome. And then those are really hard because I don't have a Mac. So then I had to do a call to the client to use a device, just a Safari device, and then to find the bug. That's why it took so long. So Cam, I'll look through all your scripts, and yeah, we'll see where we go from there. So have all the screens here. Weapon selection. That's a really nice effect you have in the background. I think there's a null reference exception. Let me just see if I can fix that. So as you can see, bugs happen all the time. You can have something working perfectly, you add a new feature and a whole bunch of bugs appear. And then you spend like the next day or the next 2 days bug fixing. That's why coding can be so frustrating. And games are the worst, because games have so many layers of code. So then it's quite a challenge. Especially if you're new to coding. And then you're dealing with like 40 different scripts. And then like 10 different libraries, right? So sometimes the libraries have a bug, the libraries that you use have a bug. Or sometimes the way that you code something can cause a bug, but you don't notice until, after you've been coding the application for say a week or two, and then something that you do causes the bug to act up. So bugs can happen in many different ways, and this can cause, you finish a game and then you already present it to client or whatever, and then you add a new feature and then everything breaks. Then you gotta spend the rest of the night just fixing the bug. That can happen. But as you get better and better at doing things, you will adopt coding practices that will help you to avoid these bugs. Because you will know if you do things this way, then this will cause that bug down the line, and then you will avoid doing things that way. But it takes a lot of experience, it takes time to get there. So one of the things I do is I teach game programming. So then a lot of times students come to me and they have just projects, and then they have a whole bunch of bugs, and my job is to help them fix the bugs. So let's just fix all of these null reference exceptions first. It might be because just some variables not assigned. That's why we have these null reference exceptions. So it's line 21. We have dash image. So an easy way to fix null reference exceptions whenever you run into one is just to, so like for example here it's line 21, right? So I can just do a if dash image like that. This fixes the null reference exception, because null reference exceptions occur when you have a dot and then you have something empty behind. So probably the dash image wasn't assigned, and then so this causes this to become null dot fill amount, which is a null reference exception. So if that's fixed, then this should go away. And map controller, we have an unassigned reference. The current chunk should be there, which is fine. Trigger. From there, we should be able to find our chunk. String. Terrain mask. Terrain mask will be terrain. And let's play this and see what's going on now. So we have a couple of other errors over here. This is from the inventory app. Player inventory. So probably the player inventory has no slots, right? Yeah, it looks like everything is unassigned. Is it assigned on your end? It might be just because I've downloaded using a different version. So I can download the version that you use, but I thought that this wouldn't cause any problems because my version is just a couple of yours is 2022.3.23, right? Mine is 2022.3.20. So I thought there wouldn't be any issue. But if there is, then we'll have to download the original version. Okay, let me just reload your project then using the new version. Then we will go around all of these issues. Means I've got to install the let me just re-download your project and then we'll install a new version.
I'm ready for war, creep out of sight, move like a thief in the dark of the night, sharpen the sword, circle is tight, been in for years and I sacrificed, moving assembly.
Okay, let's see if this works. This is gonna take a while. In the meantime, I'm gonna get a refill for my cup of tea. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, all of my heart has been frozen. I done came way too far to not push hard. I battle everybody we goes in. Gone to the moon, been to the depths. Fill up my bag, I don't got no regrets. Drill to my tomb, die for my set. Bitch, I'm the one, I'm as real as it gets. Like, Mac amounts, money come quick, I can barely count it. Got a printer in the back, she can tell about it. Cause the X-Man broke and his time's cloudy. We gets loud, yeah, we gets rowdy. See your chick and she say howdy. Sit that ass up in my Audi. Hit my crib, now we rerouting. Shit. I ain't gon' lay down, I ain't gon' drop. Never lose hope, no, I ain't gon' stop. Tell 'em we focus, turn it back hopeless. I ain't gon' lay down, I ain't gon' drop. Never lose hope, no, I ain't gon' stop. Tell 'em we focus, turn it back hopeless. Making my way now to the top.
We started with a goal of love, the kind you only dream of. You were like my best friend, with the right amount of romance. Shifting seasons, we were up like sun and down like fall leaves. Found
So here is the progress of the install so far.
Imagine you forever, whispers of the future, telling me our story, only getting better. Tables turning down love with all the right things in between. Memory of perfect scenes from
A new cup of tea is off what? Put a little sugar in it. Okay, install is cute. So this is probably gonna take maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So we've got to install the correct version of Unity, and then we have to download the project again. Thank goodness for fiber optics, right? What do they call it? Optic fibers, fiber optics. Or whatever it's called. After it's been installed, my house's connection speed has been a lot faster. So if it was pre-fiber optics, then the install would be very long. So the internet is so fast right now. It's really pretty amazing. Because I grew up in the days where the internet was like download something and you were downloading at 100 kilobytes per second, and then now it's like 30 megabytes, 60 megabytes. You know, it's the speed is amazing now. Hey, I'm glad to see your game as well. I saw the really cool visual effect that you have, and I saw you've added a few of your own settings as well, right? So this is where you really kind of get a hang of how coding works, right? It's when you modify like an existing project. That's where the real frustration comes in as well when you write into a partner. Just gotta be stubborn and just keep trying different solutions until you find one. Queuing level up is still broken. I get a few levels backed up, but then it will still skip some levels. We can look at that as well. We have 1 hour, and I can give you a call after the stream as well, to if we have anything else remaining. So for the weapons, right? Joseph is one of the guys that's been developing content for us. He's gonna be creating a couple of videos to show how to create certain kinds of weapons, and he'll go into more detail about how the weapons are created. So maybe that can help. But that's gonna take a few weeks to make the video, because we're writing a script now, and we've got to record the video, and then got to figure out how to present it and stuff. So while before it comes out. Okay, I'll do that.
Imagine there could be a way we could leave this place without a trace and fly away. Imagine there could be a way nothing can make us stay and endure the strain for another day.
So install is complete, so I can reload the project now.
Forget who they are, forget what they say. This is the time and day. No one's gonna hold us down, no one's gonna make us stay. Yeah, we will fly away. We'll fly away.
So this is gonna take another 10 minutes or so. Of all the ways you choose to learn programming, you guys who are here, you choose to learn it through making games. It's the hardest way to do things. The enemy stats script that you're referring to. Okay, so there are a couple of issues we gotta look at. You gotta look at the queuing level ups. Gotta look at the UI scripts, and then we've also got to look at the enemy stats script, right? Of all the ways to learn coding, you guys chose to learn it through learning games development. That's like the hardest way to do it. I guess it's also the most fun way. But games development is just frustrating, and for the first, like my first 2 years of learning game dev it was just, you know, like I was just questioning why I chose to study game development. Because everything I coded had bugs. Oh, no problem, no problem. Questions are appreciated. Because, you know, we are waiting for the project to load. I'm just staring at the screen, that's why I'm just talking randomly, right? So why do I say that this is the hardest way to learn script writing? Because what a game is essentially is it is a program that runs on top of other programs. So you can think of, maybe I can just use Microsoft Paint. So you can think of a game as something like this. So you have a game engine, and the square is just a bunch of codes that you have, right? So then what you're doing is you're just writing just a little bit of code on top of the game engine, and this is your game, right? So as opposed to if you were to, let's say, learn coding through web development, it would be something like this. So this would be, say, the browser. This would be like the browser code. Then you'd be writing your website on top of it. Right, so a lot of, most applications, they look more like that. They look more like this than this. So why is it that when you have a larger stack of code that supports your program, it makes it harder? Because more things can go wrong. So if you were to build a website and something goes wrong, right, you would only have, let's say, a smaller stack of errors to go through than if you were to build a game and something goes wrong. And when something goes wrong in your game, because the game engine is such a large stack, right, there are more sources of errors, in the sense of, like, it can be a problem with, say, how your rigid body is set up. In the case of Unity, it can be that your animator is set up in the wrong way, and it can be that the animator is set up so that you have to code a certain way and then you code it some other way, and then this causes your game to break. So there are many causes, much more causes for errors when you're working with a game engine than when you're working with, let's say, a website, or if you're working with even an app on the phone. Because there are a lot less libraries. So a game engine, you can think of a game engine as being consisted of a bunch of libraries. What is a library? An example of a library would be, you've heard of physics engines, right? Physics engines are a library of functions, a library of objects that you can use to build, you know, to simulate physics in your game, right? So every game engine has a physics engine as well. And a physics engine is basically a library of objects and functions that you use to integrate physics into your game. So a game engine has a whole bunch of libraries. So there's a library to run physics, a library to run graphics, a library to run sound, and so on and so forth, right? So then every platform has a certain set of libraries that it uses. For example, a website has a JavaScript parser that allows it to understand JavaScript. And then the stack of libraries is just so much more in a game engine, and then it just gives you a lot more room for error. That's one reason. The other reason why game development is the hardest way to learn coding is because you are essentially learning how to build a world. So you will have to deal with vectors and you deal with rotations. And these two, the math for these two are, you know, vector math is not complex, but I wouldn't say it's simple as well. So if you want to move your character in a certain direction in a 3D game, you have to be familiar with vector math. Otherwise, it's gonna be hard for you to figure out how to move things around. Whereas, let's say if you're coding an app or website, right, you just gotta know how to specify, oh, a square, you want a square that's like 40 pixels by 160 pixels. Then you just specify the attributes accordingly. So the math that you are dealing with is a lot more complex as well. You're dealing with vector math and rotations instead of dealing with, you know, length and height. If you're working on an app, it'll be like that. So for these two reasons, these two reasons are why it's a lot harder to learn games development. And usually, if you were to go to a university course and learn programming, then you will start with, what you will start with is they will teach you how to just write text on a terminal, and then you will just have to print out, you know, like numbers or names. So a basic program will be, say, it will ask you what is your name, and then you type in your name, and then maybe it'll ask you for your weight and your height and tell you your BMI. So if you were to learn programming that way, it's a lot simpler, and then you can grasp, because you're writing really simple programs. So then there'll be a lot more time for the course to go through simpler things, like for example, what is a null reference exception? What is a whole bunch of different exceptions. There's a lot more time to go through those exceptions. And then other things, like for example, what happens if you write code a certain way, how to write a loop, how to write an if else conditional, and all these things, right? So if you learn programming from what I call the bottom up way, then you have a lot more time to develop good coding practices. The problem is that it's really boring. So if you learn things the easy way, it's really boring, but then it's easy as well, and you don't get as many bugs. If you learn things the hard way, which is through game dev is a really hard way, then it's really interesting, because when things happen, they really happen big, right? Because you get to see your game run. But then you'll be stuck with a lot more bugs, a lot more errors that you have to fix before you can get to final destination. So personally, I learned how to make games by modding games, right? So I learned it the hard way, and I thought that it was much more exciting, but then it was also very challenging to learn how to code games. But I will still go through the same thing though, because like I think the math and all that stuff, once you figure it out, is interesting. I hope that answers your question. It was a little all over the place, but there you go. So I'm also thinking about how I can. So one drawback I think that our channel has is that it's very specific, because it just gives you tutorials on how to make a very specific thing, right? Whereas when we look at other channels, and why they're able to blow up is because they create videos that are more general. So one thing we've been looking into is how do we create videos that are more general as well, right? Because a lot of you, when we create very specific videos, and even when you're following our videos, you are still using the videos to create your own content. So then we've been thinking about how to make these general videos. I have a couple of topics that I've listed, but then the challenge is always to put together the content in a cohesive manner, right? And then the video editing, and of course the keyword research and all that stuff. It really takes a lot of time to create content, and we've been thinking about a lot of ways to shorten the process without compromising on quality. Yes, the Hello World stuff is really boring, right? Modding is so much more interesting. Like if you want to throw yourself into the deep end, you can just find a game that you like and then just try modding it. That is really throwing yourself in the deep end, but you learn really fast. If you want to learn things this way though, you have to make your life in such a way that like you go back to the thing every day. So because every day that you go try making the thing that you want, you will run into a wall, and then you have to go to sleep thinking about the problem, and then the next day, like solutions will just come to you. If you keep something in your mind for long enough, answers will come to you, but it can take a while. And really the key to learning coding is just having that persistence. Like taking something hard and having that persistence. That's how I learned it. I guess you can do it the easy way as well, but then it becomes really boring. So I've never learned coding that way, so I can't comment on whether it's an effective way of learning. I have friends who learned it that way though, and I think that they managed to do it, and they also have a good grasp on fundamentals. So I guess it's down to your preference. it's down to your personal preference, and it's down to, I guess, your tendencies as well, right? Like for some people, like for me, if you would ask me to learn coding in the brain dead way, right, I wouldn't be able to do it. I went through a course when I was in high school. I learned nothing because it was just so boring that I just tuned out of it. We are 50%, more than 50% through loading the project, almost there. As usual, thanks for joining the stream. I really appreciate it, and just coming here to watch me ramble about how games coding is hard, right? Okay, I think the project is finished loading. Okay, I saw it, Cam. Let me have a look at it. I hadn't opened your message. Oh, you have a lot of variables there, huh? So what's your plan to organize it? Are you gonna group them into different headings? Or are you gonna create? So there are two ways you can organize your code. So I assume that you're referring to all these variables here, and how, you know, like, because it's just one big stack of variables, right? And how do you organize these variables? Easiest way is to add a heading to all of them. You can also split them up into different components, though that really depends on what I have to see the rest of your project in perspective first before I can offer any specific solutions about how to split them into different components. But if you usually see a stack of variables that are in a component, then splitting them up is one solution. Okay, the project is loaded. Let's see if this causes any errors now. Let me just play the game. Ah, great, it works now. Weapon damage. So if you're just joining the stream, what we're doing now is looking through one of our Patron games. So he's trying to create a new UI element that contains data about how much damage a weapon has done, which is really interesting. So I thought I would take a look at his code and offer suggestions on how to modularize the different components of his code, specifically just the weapon damage portion. Change to 1080p. Okay, let me do that. 1080. Ah, wow. Looks fantastic. I like it. Looks very nice. So one thing that you can do to fix these lines is, okay, I know this is a little off topic, but one thing you can do to fix the line, so when you move around, if you see lines appearing on the screen, Unity just crashed. Let me reopen that. Probably I don't have enough RAM or something. Enemy spawner is off. Right. Turn it on then. So we're gonna go into full HD. Oh, that's how you see the weapon damage. So if you see these blue lines over here, right? There are a couple of things you can do to try and rectify this. So one thing you want to do is make sure that all your sprites they don't have any filters. So let me just find your chunk. It's grid here, right? And grid here you have the tile map. And the tile map. Where are the tiles? So for the tiles, I can't find the tiles, but you want to just make sure that they are set to point, no filter, which we've done. So the other thing you can do is to go to project settings and to go to quality and just disable anti-aliasing. Oh, it's disabled as well, but I still get the lines. Maybe the lines are just because of my device, or it may just be an alignment issue. To wait. Nice. Very nice, very nice. Oh, there are spikes in the floor as well, huh? And these are special enemies, right? So let's look at the pause screen, and you have the weapon damage over here. So let's look at how that is coded. Okay, I can look at the lines for you later on. Since I'm halfway through, we'll get back to the lines again, yeah? Let's look at the weapon damage component first. We've got to get some weapons first. Broken bottle. big part. I like your use of colors. It's definitely much better than what we have so far. With magnet. But then the weapon damage is all recorded here, and this is the component, right? Weapon slot. How did you implement the weapon damage? Like how are the slots populated? So right now it's not modular, right? But you share the script with me. That has the weapon damage total, right? Weapon UI display. Oh, so this is under game manager. Weapon UI display, the slots container, and all the weapons. All weapons. Oh, sorry, I didn't share the screen. Look in. Yep, I found the script. Opening up the game manager now. So what we have is, so this is a very hard-coded way to do things, right? Because what we have here is game manager, and then you have weapon UI display, slots container. We have all weapons. All weapons. Array of all weapons, critical objects. And set damage total to 0 for all weapons. Deactivate the slot. Start the code routine to update the UI every 1 second. So how I would do it is actually, you already have the part 19 content. So UI stat display, inventory slots here. These are the old inventory slots. Right? New inventory slots are here, and this is, I assume, from part 19. Interface corner bar, inventory slot here. So you have weapons and you have passive. So what I would do in your case is actually I would extend the UI inventory icons display script to show the max damage as well. So I would do something like this, where I have the script here, and total damage, total damage part, and then there'll be a boolean here, show total damage. And once I have this, let me just update, because I updated this script as well. Let me just update your script with the one from the blog. then we can modify the rest of the stuff from there, because I fixed a couple of bugs over the past few days, so the code is slightly different. Just grab this over here and the editor script as well. So what I would do is I would extend this script to support showing the damage done as well. So this will entail adding a new path with string damage done text. And over here this will be public boolean show damage. I'm gonna set this to false. And then we can modify the, let's just copy the weapons here, and then I can drop these weapons into the core script. So I'm gonna move the weapons here, just anchor it to top. So then over here for the weapons, you can just change the text here, right? Just gonna change the text here to add text here like this. I'll change this to a vertical layer group as well. I think that makes more sense. Okay, let me remove this part here. So I can remove this and then vertical layer. So I'll leave this here, then we can just put text somewhere like this, and this will be 0. So the weapons here will be, let's re-add the UI and display. So icon path will be icon, and this will be auto damage. And then this will be empty. Don't show level, show damage done. Then max slots will be 6, right? So we can generate the icons. Then we will get something like this. So then now we have to just go into the code and just add a section to retrieve the damage done. Let me just test this out to see that it works first. So this will be level. Oh yeah, that's a good observation. Because you can lose the garlic for the soul eater. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, then we can't use the inventory icons display, huh? You're right. Okay, that means we can't do this then. We can't do it this way then. Makes sense. The other thing that we can do is we can create a subclass for that, and then we can I'm thinking about how to give me a moment.
I've had it, it's been too many months now that you've told me you'd figure it out. But tell me, what have you found?
Remove the weapon data.
Another minute to spend worrying about you now. So go ahead and do your thing.
Remove the available weapon.
In the town. There's too many people in the world who be holding on to all of your empty words. So you can go and find what you're looking for. I don't have the time for this anymore. I'm not gonna wait up another night for you to call me up, start another fight. No, if you still don't know what you have yet, I don't know what to tell you. It's yours.
How about if we subclass your existing script? So I'm just gonna do a UI inventory for photo. Does that work? Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. That's why you recorded all the weapons, right? Yeah, so then we can't use the inventory slots. Then we'll have to use something else. UI inventory. Weapon UI display. Slots. So I think we can work on improving this script then. I think your script makes a lot of sense. I don't have to create something new then. So the first thing I would do is I will move the script from game manager over to weapon damage, so that when I see this component here, right, I can just modify, like the script is just here. And then you don't, this means that you can remove the slots container variable over here, and then you can just store the weapons right here. So maybe I'll just make my changes over here. And do you want me to commit to your repository, or would you prefer if I not commit it? So one thing I can do is I can just make the changes and I can record everything over here, and then you can just refer to it. I think that might be a better way, right? Because otherwise, if I commit something that you don't want, then I don't think that's a very good thing as well. My bad. Let me. I haven't started working. I'm just thinking through how to reorganize the code over here. Okay, I can make a commit then. So UI display right here, the slots contain. So if we move the one UI display over here, then update UI routine.
There is a relentless force in the cosmos, where time and space connect, and within it, a force beyond our vision, but not our reach. It lies somewhere in our universe, causing ripples in time, where the here and now is infinite. A power that moves through space, devouring everything in its path. Now, you are now about to enter.
All weapons.
There is a relentless force in the cosmos.
So first change I'll make is if I move the script from here over to weapon damage over here, then I wouldn't need to have the slots container. So which means I can, let me just delete these weapons.
It lies
Then we have all these
somewhere in
weapons,
our
right?
universe, causing ripples in
If I move this here, then
here and now
remove this. Then I wouldn't need to have the slots container here, which means I can remove the slots container here, and then this will become form dot travel. So even without the slots container, now this works. And I don't have to make this check. So the other thing I would do is I would write a piece of code for the editor. Weapon UI display is here. So I will write a script for the weapon UI display as well. So this would be weapon UI display editor. And what this will do is it will just add a button, and then when you click on the button, it will find all the weapon data scripts inside your project. So something like this. Weapon display editor, and then this will be a custom editor for this. So then we just have to override the GUI function. It's the function that draws the inspector. So this will be based on inspector UI. And we just have UI layout, button. So then this will say like rescan for find all something like this, and then I'll add this to it's not showing up here. Wonder why. Oh, because this should say weapon UI display. Multi-object, editing not supported. So here we have find all available, this button over here. And then we just have to go to ChatGPT to write a function for us that finds all the weapon data in our project. So I'm just gonna do that. Write me function that finds all weapon data back asset project file when the button is pressed. ChatGPT is amazing, right? It used to be that we have to go and Google and find out how to write this code, but now we can just get ChatGPT to do it for us. It's fantastic. find all weapon data assets. Let's just copy this first, and then we'll see how we can modify it. We want to assign this to the weapon UI display, right? We want to assign it over here, right? All weapons. So what we can do is, I'm just gonna get a, just set a variable over here. This should be weapon UI display. Yeah. And then on enable, this will set UI display equal to target. So this is just a way for us to access. So this is the inspector, right? But we are modifying the actual component itself. So then we'll just have to get a reference to the actual component. And then so the UI display over here, whatever we do here, this is a list. So we have to using system function. So then whatever weapon data that we collect, we have to assign this to UI display all weapons equals to weapon data array to array. So then, actually we can just return array of weapon data, right? So we just do a return here, and then what this does is over here, this will get UI display all weapons, find all weapon data, and I think this should work. Let's try this out. So then you can just click on this whenever you find a new weapon, then you can just click on this to find all available weapons. Then you can remove the weapons that you don't want. Just show. Yeah? And this makes this whole thing a lot easier to use. And then the next part we'll do is we'll just modify the script so that it doesn't show the weapons that are not there. So then we also want, because we have to manually assign the elements over here, right? But instead of manually assigning them, you can just have one weapon slot as a template, and then you can duplicate as many as you need for the number of weapon data scripts that you have. It's cool, right? So using the inspector is pretty cool. Like once you get the hang of how this works, then you can really streamline your workflow. So the next thing I want to do is to remove all these weapon slots and just have one as a template. So that means that I'm gonna go to weapon UI display, and this will be the slot template. And what I'm gonna do is just add a reset here, and then under slot template I will just go transform get child to first child. Not game. So if transform child is 1 and 0. So I'm just adding this check here because I want to make sure that I have children, then I just get the first child to be the slot template. So what this does is that whenever I add a new component, like right here, right? Let's say if I remove this and I just add a new component, right? Weapon UI display. This will always get the first slot template, and then it just puts it here. And then of course we find all available weapons, and then we can remove the rest of the slots like that. And then we'll just make it so that when the game starts, right, automatically it will just duplicate the slot template to give me the number of weapons that I have. So then as I modify this, as I modify the list, there will be an equivalent number of slots that appear. So you already have the weapon slots over here. Then we can just under start here, set damage total 0 to all weapons. Oh, you're storing the damage total in the weapon data itself. Okay, I guess that can work. So one drawback of this is that because you are saving to the scriptable object, which is not the best idea. I would save it to the weapon itself. I would save it to the weapon itself. But if I change it now, it's gonna cascade down to a lot of other. It's gonna cascade. It's gonna cause us to have to change a lot of the scripts as well. Let me think of how to tackle this. Create a slot for each weapon data that we have. Yeah, so we can just leave the weapon data as it is first, and then I'll just help you to make the slots auto generating, and then from there perhaps you can bring this offline and I can run you through the next steps for what to do here. So for each weapon data that we have, let's just the plot template is populated. Then we run this code. And over here we will set for I equals to 1, all weapons left. Then we will just instantiate template. Parent will be this, and this should help us to automate the process. Another option is that we can expose all the weapon slots as well as game objects, and then we create one more button that will just create the game objects for us. So one option is we create it when we play the game. The other option is that we show the array and then we can create one more button. So you see that now it fills up by itself. Probably not, because it spills over. It spills out of the UI, right? So maybe if we want to do something like that, it might be better if we just create one more button for that. And it takes time to get used to thinking about where to put your variables and stuff. But once, so how I had to jump in the way I arranged code was when I started reading I started reading the codes that other people wrote, like industry professionals, and then over time I just got a hang of how they thought and how they, whatever they coded, it was always about how do I automate the process as much as possible. It takes a little bit of time to get used to the mindset, but once you get it, then everything that you create will kind of follow these things. So I think you seeing me code here will help you a lot with thinking about how to organize your code in future as well. But it does, like, if you code this way, it does take a lot of thinking, like, because you like it takes a lot longer to code something because you are thinking about every possible scenario where of how they can be used. But you know, it saves you a lot of work in the long run. If you code this way, then towards the later parts of your game development cycle, you don't have to touch code at all. That's always great, you know. So I'm thinking of making this public and then creating an editor interface to automatically generate the slots. So we can list all the slots like this. And then under the UI editor, we can just add one more button. That says spawn weapon slots. And then for the spawning of the weapon slots, just this code here, right? If UI display slot config, UI display all weapons, UI display, UI display. So if we move it here, then we don't need this part in the display anymore. So then I can just have this, and when I spawn weapon slots, this will spawn all the slots. Though this is probably not the best way to do it. Better way to do it would be to... Let me see how I did it, because all this is generated by ChatGPT. So we will have to... Name object. Name equals to UI display. This is just me being a little bit particular because I want all of the slots to have the same name. So I want, when I generate the slots, to have them all the same name like that. So we've got to generate a slot and then we have to save them, right? So the saving will be UI display weapon slots. It needs to be pre-transformed. So now if I generate the weapon slots, it's going to be this. And then all the slots we stored here. And then the next step would be to delete all the existing slots, right? Delete all existing slots first. First we want to respawn. So for I equals to 0, I display from job count. Can you just hide the slots if 0? Will they still be hidden if 0 while in the game?
Sorry, honey. I'm afraid he didn't make it. But there's always
What do you mean by hide the slots if 0? Meaning if there are no slots, then you just hide it. It's possible. You can just put it under start. So for example, under start here you can do something like if you already have a warning here, right? So you can just hide this as well. So you can just do game object, set active. So if there are no weapons, then you can just hide the game object when it starts. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to delete all the slots, so whenever you click on the spawn weapon slots, right? Because otherwise, if I don't have this section, if I do not have, I hope I'm sharing my screen. If I don't have this section, right, whenever I click on spawn weapon slots, it will just have more and more slots, which is not all we want.
sorry, honey.
So
I'm afraid he didn't make it.
I've got to make this button manage itself properly, otherwise there's no point in having this button. So what this button does is that every time it's clicked on, it will just delete all existing slots. It will clear everything. Or can I just remove it? Move. Do I display? Stop. So this is to register, because this is on the editor, right? So you have to register the item as being undoable. So you can Control Z and then you can undo it. Otherwise you'll not be able to undo it. Then now if I click on this, I click on it multiple times, it should always respawn the slots properly. So if I say delete some slots here, and I respawn the slots, it will still work. Okay, not exactly, there are some missing slots over here. So this is not the best way to do things then. We remove slot. Right, display here will clear the list. Display weapon. UI display weapon. This UI display option display. UI display. Outcome. UI display. Weapons up. Display. What I'm doing here is just making sure that all the variables are set. So I'm just deleting all the copies, all the existing copies whenever I click on the button. And then I have to clear the weapon slots variable here, because I have to, otherwise they'll be missing objects. And then After I clear that, I will have to, first what this button does is it deletes everything except the first one. So then I'll assign the remaining weapon slot as the slot template, and I'll put it inside weapon slots. And then after that, I'll start duplicating it. So then when you click on this, the idea is that if you delete a couple of objects here, and you click on spawn weapon slots again, it should always fix the issue. Yeah, so then you can find all weapons, or you can spawn weapon slots, and then it will always just give you the correct list of weapon slots and stuff. Alright, and as for this list overflowing its boundaries, right? We can always just do control child size like that, but before we do that, we've gotta get the UI element to be the correct width and height. So right now the width and height over here, instead of having the width and height like that, you might want to do something like this. 0.3, or say 0.2. And then the height will be, let's say, 0.1 to 0.9. And then I'll just set the left, top, right, and bottom to 0. So then there is a certain boundary where this will appear, right? And maybe let me set this to 0.2. Then this will restrict the boundary to a certain area, right? 0.1 or 0.05, 0.25. So then once I have that, I can just do control child size height like that. And this will cause the children to be controlled like that. It's always spread out evenly across the entire container. So then it becomes responsive, right? And then if I add more slots, it will automatically just fill up the rest of the slots. So once I have that done, for the slot over here, I will also have to get the slot to fill up the container like that. So everything has to always stretch. Weapon text doesn't have to stretch, right? So weapon text is fine. So I get both things to stretch, and then for both the icon and the border, I will have to get the image to preserve aspect. So for the icon, let me just put a placeholder here. So I can do something. I can just put a weapon somewhere here. And then I can do a preserve aspect as well. Then it fits nicely into the box. So once I have that, I can just delete all the weapon slots. And then I can just regenerate it. And then you will see that no matter how many slots you have, right? It always fills up the rest of the space. So this is a little trick that you can do to make everything responsive. And then once you have all of this set up, you can start coding the weapons. So then when we play the game, I think the code can still work as intended. Should still work as intended. So if we get some damage, oh, it's not showing. Oh, because it's a passive, right? Gotta get a weapon. So the reason it's not showing up is, let's look at this again. Your weapons display. Set total damage to be 0. Deactivate all slots initially. Now we update the slots. Weapon icon, weapon. Yeah, whip shredded. I probably changed something and that caused the slot to not work. So I'm trying to figure out what's the change I made. Let me see if I can find the slot here.
Wasting hours on the shelf all alone. Instead of sing, we write ourselves in a song. Some telling lies to deliver.
Weapon damage.
Others think twice before they say. Speaking my mind to fight for change. I run. Here is for the crazy what I want to see.
Screen sorted. I think the core routine now is not firing. Update UI code. This one is not firing. Gotta figure out why it's not firing. So my thought process is now the weapon's not showing up because this function is not firing. Then I'm just trying to figure out why this is the case. So I'm just going step by step to see if I'm just printing messages, because if the function fires then the message should print. Then it's just a matter of finding out where in the code the blockage is happening. Oh, so this only fires when I open up the screen. So the start fires, sorted weapons fires as well. Oh, okay, found. So the reason this doesn't fire is because the game is paused, and this takes time to fire. So if we were to let the game continue running, then this will fire. But you know what? Let's not do that. So what I'm gonna do instead, right, is all of the code that you have here, right, I can actually remove the code routine, and what I'm gonna do instead is change this to on enable. So this will say void and on enable. So whenever you turn on the screen, right, then this will just start firing. And then we don't need to do a return wait for a second. Yeah, so then this causes this whole thing to become more efficient, because now your code only fires when the screen is turned. So if I... Okay, this is not working. Let me figure out why. So the message here prints, and the sorted weapons, there is a list. Sorted weapons. Each sorted weapons. For each weapon, data W sorted weapons. Sprint. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's why you had it on Game Manager, because you're right. So that because otherwise the coroutine wouldn't run, and then the weapon damage wouldn't update. I think now the assaulted weapons here has a length of 0. Why nothing is showing up? Yeah, it works if you take it out of the pause screen. It does work if you take it out of the pause screen. But then it becomes inefficient, right? So, trying to see if I'm able to do something about that. There are no sorted weapons now. Sort the weapons by damage total in descending order. Oh, I think this works now, right? Just gotta do some damage, right? Then it will show up. Because you have a condition here that says the damage total must be more than 0. Let me just do some damage and then we'll see if this works. Ah, see, now it shows up. So if I get the whip to do some damage as well, the kill. Oh, but it only shows one thing now. It doesn't show everything. Okay. It's the same as your kills and DPS voice script. X. Wait. And if I were to get more weapons, now the whip doesn't show up straight. Ring. Oh yeah, for sure. So if you want to get them to show up from the top, you just have to set the child alignment to be upper. Okay, what I can do is, yeah, instead of disabling the game object, if you want to get everything to show in order, right? Instead of disabling the game object, we will just disable all the images inside. So this means that we have to do a for each. So we do a slot get component and get components children. Make this. And then this will be all the images. And from here I can just do image dot what's that, image dot color equals to there should be a color component here. Okay, components in children. For each image img img's color img color color 1110. So instead of deactivating the game object, we have to deactivate all the image components like that. And then whenever you want to set it to active, then instead of setting it to active, you have to set the alpha back to 1. So then if we do this, right, now when we have an item that is activated, we can get the item showing up and going away. So we have to disable the text as well. So the text, we can so we cannot disable the game object. Instead, we have to just make it transparent. Yeah, just me some time to work out the little issues. Text does not exist in current context. So we have whip, file 1, this should be true. Actually, right, let me just try something up. If I don't do force expand, everything kind of huddles together. Okay, then we just use this code first. And for getting everything to show up correctly, that's where the problem is now, right? If slot index is less than the slots count. I think now the question is, like, for the weapons, right? We gotta check what the value is for the weapon data. So damage total here inside. Oh, there's no weapon data on X. We gotta check here too. Okay. Objects. Then X. There is a damage total. Ring. Oh, it seems to be working fine now. Broken bottle. So I think the problem emerges, right, when, because you save the data in weapon data itself, right? And what's happening is that when you when you quit the game, the data is still saved. So for example, if I quit the game now, you'll see that the X is still dealing 87 damage, and the whip is dealing 63 and so on. So if I replay the game, I think the data is still there. So then you will still get the data. I think that's the problem. But then something resets the damage total. I'm not sure what it is that resets the damage total. So then we will have to open it twice for the weapon to show up correctly. So if we save the data inside the weapon itself, then this can be avoided. Otherwise, I think everything works great now. Yeah, everything works great now. So, as for moving the code over to weapon, we move the code over to weapon. This means that we will have to So what I'm thinking of right now is that perhaps you can do you want to move the data over to weapon so that the data is not saved whenever you unplay the game? Because generally if you save the data as scriptable objects, it's not a good idea, because the reason why is because when you export a game, right, the data over here will be packaged, and sometimes the data here is not writable. So if you try and save data into the scriptable object, it can cause data read and write errors. So when you export the game, if you cannot change this value, then this causes problems. This is why we save the data inside the weapon script. So maybe you can move the damage total variable to the weapon script, and after that, I can help you to change the function here to retrieve the data from the weapon. So actually, what you can do here is you can just do it. You have to have a reference to play inventory like that. And then from here, you can just retrieve the weapon slots. So play inventory here, and then under reset here, we can just do play inventory, line object, play inventory. And then instead of doing the sorted weapons here, right, you can still sort the weapons, but instead of sorting all weapons, you will be sorting inventory, weapon slot, dot, oh, we have to get the weapon out, right? The inventory weapon slot, weapon array, so I can do something like this where I create a list of weapons. Now I'll just do a for each inventory slots. List inventory slot as slot inventory weapon slot. So I can just do a loop like that. From here I can check as slot weapon. Pass this to weapon. And then sorted weapons. Add. Let's call this player weapon. Then this will be player weapons, weapon slots, player weapons, and this will just be weapon total damage, something like this. How do we find the weapon's total damage? It's a variable in the weapon itself, right? So does that. So the weapon contains damage total. Is this a public variable? It's public, right? So that means that I should be able to access it. Go to definition. Damage. I'm not sure where the damage total variable is. So we can still use the inventory because because right now the display, right, is based on the weapon data here. So if we have, say, 9 items here, right, there will be 9 slots over here. So we can still use the inventory. Then what we are doing will be that we will be checking the inventory, and then if the inventory has a weapon that corresponds to one of the weapon data here, right, then we will show the slot. But right now I can't do it because we have to first get the damage total to be saved inside the weapon first before I can help you to implement this. And I don't want to break your code, so I'm worried about implementing this right now. So perhaps I'll just undo it to the point where it works, but then it will show the last set of values. So let me just undo it to a point where it works first, but you know, there is a little bug where it will show the previous set of values the first time you open up the pause script. And then maybe after you move the code so that the data is saved in the weapon itself, then I can help you to implement this last part. That'd be okay. So that means that the first time you play, it will always show data from your last play. And then, oh, you have a burning effect as well. That's nice. Like it. So then you have to open things twice for the for the data to show up correctly. Oh, damage total, you can just put it inside damage total. Let me open a weapon script. So where I would put it would be you can just put it anywhere, so something like damage total. So this should be float. I would hide it in the inspector though. Actually, you don't have to hide it though. Okay, you can just show it like that. Then whenever you have that damage, you can just save the value. So instead of saving in data, you can just save it inside. And actually, I think that implements it. That's really about it. Let me just take one more step at implementing these things for you though. So since we have this, I can actually get this out. Weapon damage. What is it called again? Total damage. So you just sort by if the damage total is more than 1. This will be player weapons. And then for each weapon, W in sorted weapons. I'm gonna convert this to a list. And if I convert this to a list, I can just search for whether the item is inside the list. So here, this will be for each that weapon W in sorted weapons. If W data is W in sorted weapons. Oh, this works. So I can just do player weapons like this, slot index, and whatever. This will be weapon dot data. Oh no, I gotta use all weapons. Sorry, all weapons, weapon data W, and all weapons, and slot index. So the problem now that I'm running into is that I have to find a way to store data for the weapons that have been removed, which is turning out to be a little bit more tricky than I thought. I mean, we can just hack it first, but then this will cause us some issues because it will only show the weapons in the play inventory. It's not what we want.
Doing this shit for me, got nothing to prove. She said you a star, girl don't gas me. Ooh. Show me something that I won't forget. Girl gave me sprung so I never forget. Just stand by me, stand.
So this can be just W data icon. Data weapon name. W damage total. So what this does is that this decouples the weapon from the weapon data, but there is an error that gotta fix.
She said, fix the pain with hella smoke, I'm never not high. I don't know another way to call it if you're not mine. I could never treat you like a hoe. Yeah, but treat you like a friend, not even close. I'm doing this shit for me, got nothing to prove. She said you a star, girl, don't gas me, ooh. Show me something that I won't forget. Girl, get me smile so I'll never forget. Just stand by me, give me a false hope.
Okay, now this is a good one. Line from 7.
She said, oh my God. She ran to her friends saying, oh my God. To her friends saying, oh my God.
Damage total. There is a different damage total during both games. The damage total is shown. So get all the weapon slots.
We are a blink in this universe, like a grain of dust in the wind. But none of that can limit us. Power deep in our hearts we feel. You could be like dust. Oh, the hurricane, you're hiding us. You might be afraid, but it's up to you being brave. Tell me when if it's that day, day by day and rain by rain. Promise that's the price to pay. Yeah. Without rain, nothing grows. Hold on tight to your soil.
seems like the weapon slots here is giving us null value. Okay, well, I'm just gonna undo the code back to the previous version first, where it relied on the weapon data. First, I'll need more time to solve this, and I've got to go and cook dinner for my mom. So I'll have a look at the code for you again later, and I'll just text you over Discord on my fixes. Let me just undo the code back to the working copy that we had just now. Got here, right? And for the weapon script, let's just save it as data and get it working. Okay, so I'm just gonna commit this working copy to you first. And wow, there are a lot of changes. Seems like, okay, only 11 changes. That's fine. So edit inspector UI display. Let's so that we updated so let me just commit these changes over to you first. I'm not gonna commit the X and width changes because it just changes the damage total. So the render texture, okay, it's fine. So what I was thinking about was, so there are a couple of ways we can approach fixing this issue, and I'm thinking of just creating a hash map that looks something like this. So this will be something like hash table or hash set. Hash set hash table. Sorry, you can just use dictionary. Okay, so the dictionary is gonna be probably something like weapon data, and then float. And what this does is that this will store all damage totals. So the reason that we do it this way is so that we can have a record of all damage totals for all the weapons. So then whenever a weapon deals damage, it's gonna record the damage inside itself, and it's also gonna send a record of that over to the weapon UI display. Or another option is just whenever weapon deals damage, you will just ping the weapon UI display to record the damage of the weapon data. So once that is done, then we will have a damage total that's independent of the weapons list. So storing the damage totals in the weapon data script is not a bad idea. It's just that, like I said, if you modify the scriptable object, then when you export the game to, let's say, a disk, then the disk cannot be rewritten. So then your damage total will just not work when you export the game. So that's the limitation of doing that. So let me get back to you on this. I'll see if I'm able to spend some time on this later. If I can, I'll text you on Discord and I'll commit the changes to you as well. So I've got to go. So for the rest of you, thanks for joining the stream. Okay, I will spawn the boss and check out the mini map. How do you spawn the boss? Can you let me know about it? Okay, we'll bring this over to Discord, right? And if there's anything else you need help with as well, you can just let me know on Discord. I've got to go now. I'll be back in a couple of hours, and if I don't respond to you on Discord, it probably will take a couple of hours for me to respond to you. So thanks for joining the stream, thanks for watching the stream, and thanks for supporting, thanks for watching all the videos as usual. Really appreciate it.